Yeah, let's go. Just the two I've been waiting for.
Hey, got those burners?
Of course I do. Who do you think I am?
I still don't fully get what's going on. Yagami-san, what are we gonna do with these?
Okay, I'll break it down. First, we call Kawana on one phone. Let's say this one here. Then we use this other phone to call Reiko Kusamoto. Using them that way. The phones won't be connected to each other, but their voices will be relayed so they can talk normally.
Oh, okay. And then?
If public security finds out Reiko Kusamoto's talking to Kawana, they'll trace the call without actually... And we can see exactly who they send without risk of being seen ourselves.
Surely you don't...
Yeah, we'll do it somewhere remote. We need a place where nobody... And it's gotta have a good vantage...
It's late, so...
Where is it?
It's right near Seiryō High. There's a crane by...
Okay, you two stay put.
You sure?
Let me at least put out a drone, Yagami-shi. I'll use it to capture the faces.
That'd be... Really, guys? This must be the construction site Tsukumo was talking about.
This is Tsukumo. Yagami-shi, I've confirmed your position.
Yeah. I think I can spot whoever comes close from here. I'm gonna call Kawana on the burner
Understood.
now.
It's Kawana.
You ready? I'm about to call Reiko
It's been
Kusumoto.
5 years since I last
Yeah.
spoke.
Can't
I know.
imagine.
Yes, hello?
This is Kitakata from Kurakawa Academy.
What?
You'll have to forgive me for this, but the position I'm in required me to reach out to you. I would never have done this otherwise. I should also note, there's a high probability this phone call is being tapped.
I see. Very well, then.
It's been 13 years, Kusumoto-san.
So it has.
Kitakata-sensei. I've read about your accomplishments. To think you'd become a vice minister.
You never really know how things are going to work out.
But that's not true at all, Kusumoto-san. You were always destined to move up in the world. I've got to be honest with you. A woman as virtuous and as capable as you deserves the world and then some.
But how is Mitsuru-kun?
I'm afraid he's still asleep. Nothing's changed.
I see. I wish I had the words.
What is it you wanted?
If you've been watching the news, you probably already heard. I've become a prime suspect for a crime. They think I murdered Yokosawa in her apartment.
I've heard.
Obviously, it wasn't me who killed her, of course. Do you happen to remember Sawa-kun by any chance?
The girl from your class. She was the only one of those students who ever came to visit Mitsuru. But even then, that's been at least 10 years now. I got a letter from her once. She wanted to tell me she'd become a teacher. But I never did reply. And that was the last I'd heard from her.
I see.
So back to my question. What do you want?
I hope you weren't planning to ask me for a favor. I'm afraid the answer would be no.
No, it's not that. It's just... I wanted to let you know that at some point, someone may come to you to ask a few questions about me. I thought I should give you a heads up. I'll make every effort to ensure they won't cause any trouble for you, Kusumoto-san. I'm sorry about this. I'll try to handle it from my side.
So in your opinion, then, do you believe anything related to you could cause me any trouble?
Don't worry. I'm sure you'll be just fine.
We're almost to the signal. Kill the headlights.
2 cars inbound. Looks like we were right on the money. This proves Reiko Kusumoto's phone is compromised. And if there's one organization capable of tracing a call and moving on it, it's gotta be public security on the hunt for Kawana.
Public security is really coming straight to you by car?
No. There's no way they could mobilize their people that quickly. My guess, it's gotta be the prefectural police that they've got in their pocket. Or it's just RK.
I will say it's been great to hear your voice again. But this should be the last time you ever hear from me. I'll try my best.
I understand. Goodbye.
Hey, look. It's a drone. It has a phone attached to it. Shoot it! Shoot it down!
You sure?
Just take it down! Hurry it up! Hey! What the fuck are you aiming at?
I can't hit it! It's too small! Shit!
Damn, dude. How the hell are we supposed to chase down a drone? And where the fuck is this Kuwana guy?
Who knows, man? They called us in to catch this shithead, but how the hell are we supposed to do that? It's fucked up. Do we look like Spec Ops?
Yeah, right. But at least you gotta shoot that thing.
This is my second time, actually. I took a few shots at some kids in a park. I aimed at the ground and sent those little shits running for their lives.
We're done here. Pack it in.
That's 6 punks and only 1 gun between you by my count.
Who the fuck are you?
If it was you guys in charge, I'm sure Kuwana would have had this whole thing solved a long time ago. Well, then again, I suppose I do have to give you credit for how fast you made it here.
That was my gun, asshole!
Who's the one giving the orders? You may as well just level with me. You guys are RK's bottom rung, right?
It sounds like you must know Kuwana.
Oh, you morons. Who sent you here?
The order came from the head honchos in RK.
You mean Soma?
Not that high up. It was one of the bosses. There's a bunch of them. They just said to catch him. Well, they also made it very clear not to...
Tell me, gentlemen, how would you feel if you...
we're playing...
I suggest you quit RK while you can. Otherwise, they'll keep you in the... You'll end up in a ditch there's no crime.
Yes?
Pardon me. You would be Reiko Kusumoto, correct?
Sir. It's a little late for this. And how'd you get in here in the first place? I've expressly forbid having visitors.
Come now. I'm a coordinator with the National Police Bureau, but I'm sure you're familiar with my Division of Public Security. Bondo is my name, ma'am.
Are you now? Well, I'm afraid coordinator is rather vague.
I have a more public-facing title as well, of course. But I'm trying to be discreet here, so let's not get bogged down with minor details. It's in our best interests. I'm afraid that won't help. I've already seen to that.
What is this?
There's a question I need answered with some urgency, Kusumoto-san. It concerns the disappearance of a certain individual.
Huh.
About 5 years ago, a man vanished off the streets of Kamurocho. I'm sure you'll recognize him. A former classmate of Mitsuru-kun here, Shinya Kawai. I believe there are things you might know. I can say that with some level of certainty, as a matter of fact.
A shadow looms over Yagami and Kuwana. Japan's National Intelligence Agency, Public Security, fixes its gaze on Reiko Kusumoto of the Ministry of Health. 5 years ago, Kuwana prompted her to take revenge on Shinya Kawai for pushing her son to the brink. Secrets can only lie dormant so long, and upon their waking, chaos ensues.
You've done it again, Tsukumo. Can't believe you found it.
I figured Mitsuru Kusumoto would be in one of the better hospitals around the health ministry. That narrowed it down to just a few locations. Then I pinpointed the exact one through sheer determination.
And that led you to Toto University Hospital. So Mitsuru is still lying in a coma there?
Yep. Reiko Kusumoto has been visiting her son every night for the past 13 years. Even after she became vice minister. If you gentlemen want to meet her in person, that would be your best chance.
But Yagami, you seriously think you can convince Reiko Kusumoto to turn herself in?
Well, I'm gonna try at least.
She's at the top of the food chain. If it comes out that she committed murder, the whole country's gonna lose it.
If they hadn't tried to hide it, nobody else would have needed to pay for it. Sawa-sensei.
Yeah. You're right.
And if she confesses to killing Kawai, public security will run out of reasons to keep defending RK. So in theory, that should free up the police to pursue Soma about Sawa-sensei.
Totally agree with you there.
But Kuwana-san's against that, right? Didn't he say he wouldn't let her turn herself in?
Yeah. That's why he's not in the loop on this.
So, you're just gonna show up? You do know she's probably surrounded by public security at all times, don't you?
Just means we gotta be prepared for that. Like the professional detectives we are.
Prepared? How?
Just leave it to us. Yagami-san, I gotta go get ready. Let's meet at Toto University Hospital.
Got it.
See ya.
So what do you need from me in this, Yagami?
You got any old acquaintances in RK? Think you can find out where Soma and Akatsu are?
You forget who you're talking to? Why wouldn't I be able to cover that? I knew a few ex-Tojo guys who go in and out of RK on the regular.
Thanks. Watch your back. They find out you're spying on them, they won't like it.
I'll be ready, like the professional ex-Yakuza I am. See ya.
He's rough around the edges, but in the end, he comes through.
Yeah. Turns out he's got extra time on his hands.
Why don't you hire him at your office, Yagami-shi?
I'll talk about that with Kaito-san once he recovers. Anyway, sorry Tsukumo, but we have to take Sugiura from you again.
Why start apologizing now? It's all good. We'll talk again soon.
What are you? Don't worry. I'll give it back to you after this. I'm sure it's bugged, and we wouldn't want anyone listening in now, would we?
We'll take a few laps around the block, and then drop you back off at the hospital. Sorry, but we just need a bit of your time.
Very well. Who are you people?
We're just local detectives, but Kitakata-sensei is an acquaintance of ours. We know about Mitsuru-kun, and we know that 5 years ago, a man named Shinya Kawai mysteriously disappeared and died.
I have no idea what you're saying.
But you do. I know how this must come across right now, so I assure you, we aren't the ones posing a threat.
Fine. What is it you want, then?
All I want is the truth. In your own words. About Shinya Kawai, and how you carried out his murder.
You're mistaken. I didn't do it.
The other day you received a call from Kitakata-sensei, didn't you? He goes by the name Koana now, and works as a handyman in Ijincho. He made that call because we needed to confirm...
Confirm what?
Whether or not you were being watched by public security.
Public...
As it turns out, you are. Your cell phone is bugged. That kind of trace is only possible unless you're public security. Who could pull something like that? They want to hit you where you're vulnerable. And that's what you are now after Kuwana. Do you understand, Kusamoto-san? You must really be something. You were never in this job for yourself. It fell into your lap as your predecessors. That's why you don't owe anyone anything. You're free of constraint. Combine all that with a capable bureaucrat. You're cleaning up house, tackling the revolving door. Things you know are the right moves, but with no regard for the consequences. I understand, but I think that's also made you some...
I have more than I have no doubt public security. To be quite frank, public security only exists to maintain the status quo. The establishment is made up of various powers which control politics and finance. But naturally, each branch has its own agendas, goals, ideas of justice, which leads to all sorts of issues and hindrances, which you call constraints. The more individuals who make up society, the more unavoidable that is.
Are you implying it's public security's job to loosen those constraints?
There's more to it than that. The world we live in requires all kinds of value systems to coexist, even in chaos. But if you loosen the constraints too far, the fall of the state is inevitable. In that regard, public security's role is to stabilize and maintain the state, even while bound by constraints. In other words, so the fact that I am not...
Pesky foreign ops to these establishment people?
I guess there's bullying among adults in high places, too.
Yeah. Now we know why they... And that's when they turned the spotlight on Shinya Kawa, an event that was triggered by Akihiro Ihara's case.
Yes.
An active-duty policeman exacted... Your enemies must have... What would Reiko Kusamoto have done to her sons? I'm guessing that's what prompted public security. As the details of Ihara's case came to light, a group of thugs calling themselves RK started looking for Shinya Kawai. All to find out that he was kidnapped 5 years ago. Probably killed.
I never did anything out of revenge.
Even after finding out Kawai disappeared. But if they found out you were involved, that'd be a win for them.
How long are you going to keep talking?
As public security figured that link... So, that must have been when they got... I think Sao and Soma steps in. With his professional interrogations. Kusamoto-san, you knew she was killed, right? Kawana should have told you over the phone.
Wait, are you... not one of his colleagues? He said he wouldn't cause me any trouble.
Kawana and I are competitors on a temporary ceasefire. We're not colleagues. Has anybody from public security contacted you? Have you been approached by any strangers?
I have my suspicions.
What are their names? I imagine what they wanted was to exploit your weakness to control you. Because if all they wanted was to eliminate you, some kind of accident would be easily arranged.
Yes. I suppose you're right.
Do you have any idea what these people are after? And do you mind sharing?
What they want is control of the pension fund, which is under the Health Ministry's jurisdiction.
Pension fund?
An independent agency within the ministry manages the National Pension Fund. It's taxpayer funded, and it's worth 160 trillion yen.
What?
And certain groups want to take bigger risks with that money, in order to generate more profit. In other words, they believe that's the only way to rebuild Japan's faltering economy. and secure the future of this country.
I mean, would it work?
Of course. If the gamble actually pays off. But if we lost the gamble, then we wouldn't be able to guarantee anything for the citizens of this country in their golden years. That's why the health ministry manages those funds conservatively, even if it means the returns are lower.
Okay. I'm starting to understand now.
You do? Don't leave me in the dust, Yagami-san.
To be able to gamble all this taxpayer money to save the economy, they need a change of management. And here's Kusamoto-san, head of the office. And she's beyond the control of even the ministers. Her position has the power to take action, to override the way the pension fund is managed. But not only does Kusamoto-san have the power, she has the support of the people. If a new vice minister were to try it, they'd be stopped cold by the constraints.
So that's why they wanted to find her weakness and exploit it?
Exactly. And if the 160 trillion yen gamble were to fail, they could blame the whole thing on Kusamoto-san anyway.
Okay. Wow. 160 trillion.
I'm guessing they've already contacted you about it?
That's an assumption.
I have to ask you about Shinya Kawai. You killed him 5 years ago. With your own hands, didn't you? I understand what your feelings must be towards Kawai, but was that really the only answer?
If you've spoken to Kitakata-sensei, then you must know about the video of how Mitsuru was treated.
I do.
Aside from Kawai, the other students pretended like nothing happened. They took no responsibility. They put on their sad faces, and they came to visit Mitsuru at the hospital. But looking back on it now, I don't think they really wanted Mitsuru to wake up. In fact, that's what they were checking on. And what did I do? I bowed my head and thanked them. It was only later that Kitakata-sensei showed me the video. That's when I knew that those kids going unpunished was wrong.
And your solution was to pull them into the quagmire? Make them accomplices in murdering Kawai?
If you already know so much, what more do you need to ask?
How's your son doing now?
He could wake up any minute now. Of course, that's been true for the last 13 years.
I see.
We transferred him to Toto University Hospital just this year, hoping that it turns out they don't do anything much different from the previous.
I get it now.
Then please.
Anything you want me to tell Kawan?
I do. He needs to run. Far away. If public security has their sights on him, his capture is not a question once public security has him. They will extract everything he knows.
You mean he'd be
Yes. No one can.
They would expose.
Most likely.
I get that.
What?
Because in my opinion, you need to turn yourself in, Kusumoto-san.
You want me to admit to manslaughter? You think I killed a real man? I say he was less than one. Shinya Kawai. He was little more than a subhuman brute. And you saw it. You saw what that brute did to my son. I hated Kitakata-sensei. He was an incompetent teacher. An idiot who turned a blind eye to Mitsuru being tortured. But that changed when he suddenly showed up 8 years later. And then he showed me that video. He said, every bully in that video, they deserved to be punished. That it was the only way to get closure.
You took him up on it? But you of all people should have known better.
True. You're right about that. I struggled with it quite a bit. It's an unconscionable act, no matter how deep your animosity runs. But Kitakata-sensei's words hung on. I couldn't get them out of my head. I saw for myself. I went to Kamurocho, where I'd heard Kawai was working, at a girls' bar. So you know, after Mitsuru jumped that day, Kawai came to me in tears to apologize. I hadn't seen him in all that time. If he'd frozen in place when he saw me, if he'd been the slightest bit apologetic, I might have been able to stay my hand.
I take it he didn't do any of that.
Right. He didn't even recognize my face. And that's hardly the worst part of it, actually. When he saw me, he took me for some bawdy cougar on the prowl for young men. If you've got the cash, I'll show you a good time, he said. All those tears he'd shed years earlier were a farce. But I knew that. Deep down, I'd already known that. That was it. That was the moment I lost all doubt about killing him. And as for those other kids who bullied Mitsuru, they should thank me they didn't share his fate. But that's why. That's why I don't feel like I have any sins to atone for. Every night I pray he will wake up. What more can you ask me to endure?
Kawana said something similar. But you think you can repeat all that? This time say it to her.
Isn't that Sawa-san?
You and Kawana can congratulate yourselves. You got vengeance on a monster. But what you're choosing not to see is that your actions had consequences for her. It's vicious. I've seen this before. Justice for one at the cost of another. Someone innocent always pays the price. I won't just sit here and watch as history tries to repeat itself. This phone isn't being traced by anyone. So, if you have a change of heart, just give me a call before you turn yourself in. That's all I had to say. We're back.
Right here okay, Yagami-san?
Yeah. I'm gonna go talk to Kawana. Need to tell him I met with Reiko Kusamoto.
He's gonna be pissed, you know? He's gonna try to rip you a new one.
That's true. So you might want to sit this one out.
You sure? 'Cause I'll totally take you up on that.
And stay down. What a waste.
Well, look who we have here. Haven't seen your mug in a while.
It's only been 2 or 3 days. Where's Kawana?
How should I put this? Would you freak out if he was right behind you?
You know, this kind of shit is why you get on my nerves.
Couldn't we have done this by phone?
I just came from seeing Reiko Kusamoto. I told her to turn herself in for murdering Kawai 5 years ago.
You what?
What did she have to say about that?
But she had no sins to atone for.
Of course not. Look, what do you think you're doing? Her part in this is done. Don't drag her back into it.
This isn't yours to finish. You would just let Sawa-sensei stay collateral damage. How do you think her folks feel? Do they have to suck what Sawa-sensei wants?
Say whatever you want, but if you caught...
That's exactly why I didn't tell you I was going to meet her.
Listen, and she's not sure how to feel about killing Kawai.
If she was anything like you, I would have pushed her harder to...
There's no evidence that she killed besides. Even if...
Don't think you've killed what?
You got proof?
My colleagues in Kamurocho are getting ready to appeal Ahara's case. Your actions are going to be...
I wouldn't even... And by then...
You're just gonna...
Is that the only thing? Truth be told.
What?
After Ahara-san lost in court, she called me.
Toshiro-kun came running to the roof. His face was pretty swollen. And a few minutes later, a student will never forget the fear I saw in Toshiro-kun's face. He told me about everything, nobody, and yet they said believe me.
Sawa-kun's testimony in court was false, and she was...
And your first thought was to record it?
Yes. And then I played it for Ahara-san. He had the right to know.
All you did was light the fires of...
You know, let me something. If it means I can prevent another Mitsuru Kusamoto, yes, I will keep killing. These bastards who prey on the defenseless must be punished for all. I wish the law would do its job.
I understand what you're saying.
If you really want to stop me,
I thought you guys were gonna...
Next time I go up against him...
Well, when that time...
Really, guys?
いらっしゃいませ。
Starving. Pretty tasty. Thanks.
ありがとうございました。
Hello?
It's Shirosaki.
Yeah.
Yes. Regarding the...
Off the record? What do you mean?
They want to discuss with the judge beforehand whether or not Hara's murder footage is admissible evidence. The video has gone viral, of course, and nobody's really sure how to handle it.
Is the prosecution really gonna hold the line on it being a deep fake?
That's quite possible. Which is why we're meeting today in the courthouse conference room. I'm sorry for the short notice, but could you join...
Of course.
Thank you.
So what you're saying is, Yui Mamiya was not a victim of sexual battery, but rather she conspired with Akihiro Ehara to fake a murder alibi. We've already closed the book on that ordeal, yet now the defense wants to write a sequel?
To establish the defendant's motive in the harassment, we need to bring the Mikoshiba murder to light. The groping itself was staged. It was all part of their script, right down to the guilty verdict.
It sounds like the defendant has some strong hostility for the court.
Ehara got the court to accept his murder alibi by twisting the legal process to his own ends. It was easy to miss, because at the time, Mikoshiba's body hadn't been found yet. But we have to admit that we all got duped.
We? You're not even a lawyer. You're a detective.
Yagami-sensei still has a license to practice.
Forget what I said if it offended you, prosecutor.
My superiors always told me that in his youth, your Genda-sensei was a difficult man. He'd insist his clients were innocent, persisting even in the face of conviction. He was hostile to the prosecution, and was known to fraternize with Kamurocho Yakuza. But it was his sheer disrespect that made my boss hate him.
Damn. You sure know an awful lot about Genda-sensei.
Because I honestly can't say I like him. He treated me like a child when I was starting out.
I'll tell you this, there's no higher praise for the defense than being called difficult by the prosecution.
Now, if we can get back on track, can we confirm the defendant himself has agreed to the appeal?
Yes.
But if Ehara really committed the murder, why would he agree to his alibi being scrutinized?
Ehara's objective isn't to get away with murder.
Then what is he after?
Making a mockery of the legal system.
Then it'd be best not to pay him any attention.
And you'd be right. If your priority is saving face in front of the court rather than preserving fairness in the law.
You've got a real attitude.
Sorry I'm a bit late.
So, with this appeal, the defense wants to assert the defendant's innocence by establishing his guilt in a murder.
Wait, before we go on...
He's from the Metropolitan Police. Considering Ehara was on the force, he's not here to participate.
The police can't afford...
Can we have your name, please?
The name is...
And your title?
Think of me as a kind of police... Forget I'm even.
So much for this meeting being...
Allow me to restate the prosecution. We cannot allow the murder footage to be used as new evidence in... It's nothing but an online hoax of
Indeed.
Furthermore, if Ehara... Yes. What if the proceedings have already begun by then? Do we drop the... We cannot... With that, with the defense... And what about...
Ehara has to atone for Mikoshiba's murder. I can't look the other way while a killer evades his sentence.
Come now. Is that why you're appealing?
Yagami-san.
What?
We're only appealing the...
Oh, right.
What is this nonsense?
We will prove Ehara...
You mean, is there any... Or are you trying to...
True. The prosecution...
What?
The murder...
Oh, right.
What is this nonsense?
Ehara's... We don't think there was enough evidence at the first
There was fiber...
That was a
There is no evidence it was there, perhaps any...
No, the station erases the footage from their cameras after a few days if they're...
Right. But if there's even a chance Ehara... What were the other deciding factors? Security footage? The smartphone videos we kept seeing on TV? Those don't prove the crime either, because there was a huge time gap in them.
What?
We've done enough legwork to know. Did you walk around the site with your own 2 feet, Prosecutor?
Well, no.
Then you must know they have a mountain of security. But if you went there to look carefully, that's a horror running, while Mamiya chases after her. It seems as though the whole chase is recorded. But this area in dotted lines is a blind spot, no camera. That's the momentary...
The victim was running right behind Ehara. She would have known...
Oh, but she knew about the swap all along.
Can you prove that?
We don't have to prove the defendant is innocent, Taka.
What?
All we have to prove is that the evidence provided by the prosecution, because that's the role of a defense counsel.
Indeed it is.
If the prosecution can't debunk any...
Then the defense should have brought it up the first... Although I doubt Shirosaki-sensei actually believed in the defendant's innocence herself.
The guilty verdict at the trial was orchestrated by the defense. It was our error not to have seen it at the time. But it would be another not to correct ourselves now.
Stop being so dramatic.
That is a statement I cannot abide. The law can't give the impression that a false charge is permissible, even for a subway perv.
Right. I take that back. I misspoke.
I do believe this case is worth a trial in the appeal court. If the court was misled by a hostile defendant, then only the court can correct it.
Thank you very much.
However, I too have seen Ihara-san's murder footage. I believe it would be difficult to introduce it as evidence in this trial. Therefore, I cannot allow it to be brought into the courtroom at this time.
Sorry, son. Think you got this covered?
Huh?
I'll poke my head in at the office later.
Very well. We'll be expecting you.
Bando-san.
I don't recall saying my department. But yeah, that's right.
Do you know Reiko Kusamoto? The Vice Minister at the Ministry of Health?
Of course.
Any particular reason she's under constant surveillance?
A rather bold question.
It's just you and me here.
I see you know how...
Ihara's trial can't be that, so I have to figure I'm the reason you showed up. You want to know where Koana is, don't you? Were you finally forced to get off your ass?
Koana, otherwise known as Yu Kitakata, is wanted on suspicion of murder. If you know where he is...
Wanted for murder? Huh. Because you know, I thought it was RK acting on your orders that killed Sawa-sensei. You think you can hide that fact forever? Even the cops in the field have their suspicions.
Do they? Officers in the field complain about...
And why did you use thugs as your pawns instead of officers? Is that how Sawa-sensei got roped into this? You knew it was going to be a dirty job from the beginning. Or maybe you just... Public security's only tricks are surveillance and call tracing. You leave the dirty work to the...
That may be true.
I'm gonna ask just...
Hand over Koana to me and there will be no more victims.
What?
Do you have a reason to protect him? He's a disturbance to public order.
But he wasn't the one who killed Sawa...
I didn't come here to argue. I came to issue an ultimatum.
Point.
Halt!
Point. She. She.
Great.
And stay down.
Hell yeah!
Really, guys? Why is this always... And stay down.
Yagami-san, was everything okay back there? That man, Bondo, I knew something was off about him. Is he one of the men behind RK?
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. He was trying to find out where Kawana was.
I see. That reminds me, Hoshino-kun seems to have heard some rumors about RK.
Hoshino-kun, did you pick up what the word is on RK?
Yeah. One of the bosses, Akutsu, came back to Kamurocho yesterday.
He's back?
He's number 2 in the group, isn't he?
Yeah, so he would probably know about Soma. Know where he is?
Well, I'm not sure if you're aware, Yagami-san, but RK owns some of the cabaret clubs in Kamurocho. And Akutsu manages them. If a girl makes a lot of sales, or if she becomes a rising, Akutsu apparently gives that girl a bonus.
How do you know this stuff?
Our clients come from all walks.
So to sum it all up...
Yeah, which...
Hey, I'm not even mad. In fact, I'm up for the challenge.
Awesome, Sari-san. If you can...
It'd be an...
What?
There are... Yep, only thing...
This is no, just with all...
Okay.
Believe me, I'm not...
True.
All right.
Let's do...
Oh, wow. That is nice.
You can thank Mari-san.
It's perfect. I'm really impressed.
Fine. Well then, shall we head over to Queen Bruges?
Oh, while you were doing your makeup, I talked to the owner about you coming in. Like Hoshino-kun said, there's apparently... Okay, Ready, Sari-san?
I pass by this place sometimes.
The owner remembered you from last time. Said he wished you were there every night instead of just one.
The undercover cabaret girl of his dreams returns.
Oh, take this before you go. It's a wireless earpiece. If you end up going somewhere with Akutsu, we can use it to communicate. I'll be there in a flash if things go even remotely south.
Got it.
Yeah. Looking at you takes me back to better.
Nice to see you again.
Less now.
Yeah.
Keep so we don't.
But
need
I hear-
if or.
Where do...
you hear me, Sari-san?
Yes.
So you got in okay?
Support?
Yeah.
So, you were...
I'm sorry. Oh,
What, so you just come back
you
whenever...
treat this... Oh, so... I guess tonight I should sit back and watch the profession... What? You can haze new girls?
Excuse me?
No, no.
You... Mega old...
I'm... Wow.
Hello!
I'm sorry. Nice to...
Oh, Sari-chan. Come.
Wow, you're beautiful.
So...
But, you know, I could make any prosecutor shake in his boots just by yelling, "Objection!"
That's awesome, you... killer lawyer, you.
Jeez, why is Genda-sensei getting all the attention? For your information, I passed...
Oh, what's a barg?
Oh, you've got... It's the toughest...
Oh,
that's naughty...
Kanji aptitude is a very fine certification.
Huh?
You passed your stupid bar exam, and you're still bragging about your scores?
What?
Sorry, John. You can't talk that...
But it's so...
Your glories of the past.
Glories of the past?
Is this bar exam thing
Yeah.
really that... You know
The
what?
Toto
University...
It's incredible.
I do.
And
I
lawyers.
Do. Yes, please.
Listen up, girls. This is a heck of a...
Me too, Genda-sensei. Especially this... I wish I could come here.
So true. Hey, in case you come back, you guys are lawyers, so I'm sure you can afford... Nice!
Uh-oh. What's wrong, Sari-san? You're looking kind of gloomy there.
They do...
Huh?
Of course not.
The first time?
Oh, I mean...
Something does seem... Oh, again, and consider... Oh,
Well...
Sensei! There will be no
Oh, excuse me? Can we get that girl at this table, too?
Yes. You mean Sao?
Me too! Wait a minute, what about us?
Oh my!
I guess the new girl...
Oh, she sure showed up.
We can see the...
I'm so
Yeah, you're a nat... I look...
We...
No, I couldn't have done it without Megu-san and
Come on, it was boss.
That
See,
she is. Akutsune's already...
really? No kidding. So the bonus thing is real, huh? I hope I get one someday.
So, where exactly is Akutsu-san waiting for me?
Apparently it's a surprise. He doesn't just like it, but I'm sure...
I see.
Don't worry, Sari-san. I'm standing by. If you need me, I'll be there in a flash.
Driver, could you tell me where we're headed?
Oh, we're almost there, miss.
We're not leaving Kamurocho, are we?
No. No need to worry.
I think he's driving to the Thug Hangout, the underground club. That's where I met Soma for the first time. I thought it had been shut down, but maybe they opened it back up.
We'll be arriving soon.
Sari-san, I presume?
Thank you for...
RK takes care of people. You're one of us now, so... If you would follow me.
Certainly.
Here she is, Akutsu-san. Tonight's heroine.
Ah, and I see why. You're...
I've heard so much about you, Akutsu-san.
Oh, well, what?
It's a big...
even...
I'm not sure I follow.
This lady lawyer came poking around before. Except she was trying to find out about Kuwait.
You see, when it comes to anybody's supposed to be in that. So what do you...
Well...
You're only...
Oh, I didn't know...
What the...
Man, you were harder to find than I thought, Akutsu.
Wow.
Hell of a sight. Some piece of shit ex-Tojo man thinks he's king of the hill now?
Don't make me laugh. You're the worst. Props for having the spine to show...
Hold that thought. Because this isn't...
The only kite.
Nice work.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
Get ready.
Go.
Hell yeah.
Here we go.
can't run anymore, Akutsu. Can we talk now? Where's Soma? Where's he hiding?
I don't know. He moves around more than I do.
Really? Are you really just another one of his pawns? Just gonna cover for him and obey his every word?
I won't be able to get away with bullshitting him. Friend or foe, if he finds a traitor, he stomps the rat. That's why I've always told him the truth. In this business...
You serious right now? You're buying into some bullshit rumor.
He can practically see the future. He was the first to bail from the... Usually, you need a shit ton of money to leave a clan if you don't want to be killed. That's what it's...
Huh. Remember who you're...
Soma. He somehow knew there was no money. That's what he said. And
what did he...
So
it's true.
While the Tojo clan was limping to its grave.
And that's how...
What are you...
Akutsu, Soma's being used by public security. Did you...
Public security?
Why was Soma looking for Shinya Kawana?
I don't know. All I heard was somebody hired him to do that.
Why is he after Kawana? How are Soma and public security?
I don't know, man.
Wait.
What is it?
Doc, is it possible that Soma himself is public security?
Soma working in public security?
Well, public security trains people to become spies, so they can infiltrate and collect intel. Right wing, left wing, they usually try to find a weak... to infiltrate something like a... What you get, you think some... He couldn't. He'd have to know the Tojo clan and Kamurocho like the back of his hand.
Including knowing that the Tojo clan...
Yep. And then after he gets out, what does he do next? He makes a place for all the Yakuza coming out of the Tojo clan to where public security can... That's why RK is still coming to ex-Tojo clan Yakuza like me.
In other words, RK was founded by public...
Sure, this one.
But it's much...
Sure as hell sounds like collusion.
Soma? An undercover public security agent? Shit.
Why?
He's gonna be fucking listening in if he's public security.
Get your shit together.
Don't you get it? Stop shooting!
Damn it. They found us.
To return justice to the courtroom, Yagami makes a series of bold moves. However, Bondo, the man behind public security, makes a power play of his own, and the murderous Soma is still at large. Soma is believed to be a plant from public security. But that knowledge comes at a fatal price.
So the two shooters were dressed?
Yes, they're the ones who shot Akutsu.
They couldn't have been real officers, though, right?
Yeah. I'm guessing Soma gave, regardless of their affiliation, they...
Get this?
If this really was public security,
It would be nothing but those fake cops tried to take up... Hey, you think...
Sure. Shouldn't you...
I appreciate the concern. But
yeah.
Soma's probably gonna head even deeper underground after all this. But if we can track him down, then we can...
All right,
Good idea.
We're going?
Oh, hey. Heard it was a rough night. You alright?
When I heard Akatsu was shot, I just froze. All I could think was, what if something happened to Saori-san?
Couldn't spare a thought for us?
Well, we're glad everyone's safe.
Yeah, but... Soma got the jump on us. He's a bigger threat than we thought.
What do you mean by that?
We think he's working undercover for public security.
Undercover?
It's a new development. I'm sure it puts a damper on Genda-sensei and Hoshino-kun's big night out.
Huh? Well, I only showed up because Hoshino-kun talked me into it.
You said you wanted to see what...
Incredible. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to go change.
To put it lightly, looks like you guys are in for the cold.
Interesting.
Yeah, but if he really is, public security gets
all those scum.
That's set up. For example, I'm sure the guys who killed Soma's ro...
If that's true, we can't trust anyone.
Don't worry. They're here thanks to Mafia.
All things...
Well...
They must have wiped him from their file.
Soma had to have been in the Tojo clan for 10 years minimum. He and Akutsu were both in the... Higashi knows more about that stuff than me.
Okay. Well...
Hello?
Yagamishi, this is Tsukumo. We have a problem. The Yokohama Liumang...
What? Attacked by who?
RK. They've been boosting their numbers in a Jinsho. Fortunately, he seems to have escaped them. But he's gone
How bad was it for the Liumang?
Several are wounded, according to Tesso-san.
Did any of them see Soma during the attack?
I haven't heard for certain. Oh,
I see.
what's the plan, Yagamishi?
I'm gonna dig into Soma's past. I feel...
Your wish is mine.
What's up, Doc? Sorry, folks. My shift started. What?
I'll
Great.
do-
Don't forget to blow.
Oh,
crazy.
really?
Higashi-san,
Lose that
in that case, that Yagami asshole.
Talk about it, Tomo.
Right. Well, I do know a thing or two about Soma's Tojo clan days. He swore under the Nikkyo Consortium, direct family.
The Nikkyo Consortium was a pretty big deal. Even if they did bite the dust with the main family.
Right. Among them, Soma and Akutsu were both looking like officer candidates. Apparently, the Nikkyo's role in the family was to handle off-the-record dirty work. No matter how much they raked in, the higher-ups took their cut and left a mess. Those two got hung out to dry, basically. Nevertheless, they sucked it up and hoped they'd be the ones on top someday. But, as you know, the Tojo clan got hit hard, disbanding before they ever even got their shot. They devoted years to the family, all to get nothing in return.
I'd be willing to buy that for Akutsu. But if Kaito-san is right, Soma was working the Tojo clan from the inside for public security. That's how he knew sooner than anyone else that the Tojo was on the way out. Being undercover, he could see the writing on the wall and plan accordingly. That's why he founded the criminal network RK, so he could gather up and monitor all the ex-Yakuza at once.
Okay, now that you mention it, RK has been dipping into the shady side of Kamurocho. They're strong-arming anyone who acts without their blessing first. You want to do shady shit? You need an RK permit these days.
Yeah, that's why the Soma's an undercover agent theory makes sense to me. If we find a concrete link between him and public security, then we'll know for sure. Higashi, who might have known Soma back then? Someone with a
well, let's see.
President?
Same.
I have some...
I don't know, man.
Gotcha.
I'll come with you. Let's hit it.
Here we are, the former head of the Nikyo's local haunt.
He just gets plastered here all day? Damn, lucky son of a bitch. President Irie.
Uh-huh.
My name is Kaito.
Matsugane?
You knew my boss?
He was your classic old school Yakuza. Yeah, duty.
Would you mind if we asked you? This is my partner, Yagami. He's a civvy, but he was like family to the boss.
It's a pleasure.
So?
Could you tell us about Kazuki Soma?
Huh. Soma, huh?
Let me buy you a drink.
Our lieutenant scouted out he'd heard some kid was flushing his money away in one of our casinos. Turned out the kid was sweet-talking ladies in the...
Sounds... You mean Kamurocho's old underground?
Yeah?
What made you...
So makes...
Say,
what's that?
You checked his background and everything.
Well, I'm sure we did our...
Irie-san, there's a chance Soma...
What did you say?
Considering he may have been undercover for maybe some suspicious behavior...
I have no idea. He took some really risky gigs.
A hit job?
Some time back. And the higher-ups ordered Soma to kidnap the guy and bury him in the mountain. He handled it so well, people were kind of creeped out. Like, it wasn't, at least I remember Akutsu telling me that.
Who'd you hear it from?
Akutsu just realized last night that Soma is an undercover. That's why he was silenced.
Sure, but what's it matter? The family's dead and gone now.
What happened to everyone else?
Half of them went legit. Some of them went and joined the 6th chairman for his new deal. I guess the rest, Greener family boys, all got invited to RK.
So it's none of your concern?
They're just spoiled brats now. All this talk's...
I guess the young ones nowadays are pretty wrapped up in them. To be fair, though, I don't know anybody who'd want to waste their time with a gloomy drunk. How about we grab a bite together when you... Because if this is really the fate of...
Sorry for that. In Kaito-san's old life, becoming a direct family was their biggest dream. When he looks at you, he sees what Matsugane-san might have been if things had been different. Anyway, thank you very much for your time.
Hey, you know the Misawa building on North Senryo Avenue? It's got a gambling den with a decent chohan.
Gambling den? Yeah, I've actually been there before. What about it?
It's run by this group originally from Roppongi. Now RK is saying they're owed a piece of the pie.
RK really is putting the pressure on the Kamurocho Underground, huh?
Yeah, but the Roppongi crew won't pay up. So I hear RK is gonna come down hard on their place tonight. They want to make an example out of them. Put some guys in the hospital. Maybe even the morgue.
Wait, are you saying Soma might be there tonight?
Who knows? The ones running tonight's show are ex-to...
Who'd you...
What else is there to say, Talk?
RK is raiding a gambling den tonight. Remember that tatami room we got acquainted with? Apparently, the people running the room won't pay Soma's gang a cut.
So someone there's gonna have some answers. Maybe even Soma himself.
Yeah. I think it's worth checking out.
Alright. Sounds like we should hit up Higashi, too. Let's roll, Talk. talk. We might be right.
Yeah.
Yagami! Aniki! What the hell's going on?
It's RK. They've got ex-Tojo members running a raid here.
Why?
Supposedly, the out-of-towners running it won't pay RK off. And
It's a surprise.
Right.
Let's roll then.
Stop! We're just customers!
Shut the fuck up, you little shit!
Hey, got a minute?
There's still...
I know that face. Dude was famous in the Tojo clan. For being a maniac.
There's more like him in here too?
Is Soma here with you?
Enough with your mouth!
What a waste.
No telling where Soma or his arc...
Whoa.
What is it?
It's too damn dark to see what's around here.
Yeah. But there's no way. Should be a way to get...
Suspicious.
Oh, that's more...
What the? Oh, what have we here?
Door with... Interesting. Yo, just gotta figure out the...
We might find clues somewhere.
Let's roll then.
Hell? You're not about to go gung-ho and punch in random numbers, are you?
Never know till you...
For real.
There's gotta be a way up.
Yeah.
I thought we took—
Crap.
You better get ready!
Come on.
Really, guys?
Doc, I was at—
Hey, just made it. You guys are gonna have a hell of a time trying to climb up here. Let me...
Cool.
Okay.
Phew. That kicked my ass.
Yagami.
Hey, you hear that? More of those guys might be hiding around here. And when we find them, we kill them!
It's your call.
Yeah.
Whoa, whoa, and if that happens...
Go do your thing. We'll jump in if shit hit.
Better be careful here.
Phew. That kicked my ass.
Better be
careful here.
Too close. 今のは Phew.
Better be careful here.
Take a nap, bud. Kaito-san,
What you need, Tak?
I'm almost there, but RK's... Can you try to lure him away somehow?
Leave it to me.
Appreciate
I'll
it.
fix.
The hell? Are there cats fighting? What are they screaming for?
Well, Tak, worked like a charm. Just
Yeah. All right, let's go.
Lava?
Time out. That's a good boy. Made it through
hell
somehow.
yeah. The tatami room's downstairs. Soma might be there.
Whoa.
What is it?
Help! They'll kill me!
Huh? Isn't that Kosuke-kun, right?
You never learn, do you?
I'm not! I swear I'm not!
You're Kaito from the Matsugani family.
Oh, look who...
What are you doing here? You join RK too?
Dumbass.
Are you the one who put this raid together? What about
You just...
Hey! He's got backup!
Tons of lowlifes, but no Soma. Coming...
You got this, Yagami Detective Agency!
At least we can say we saved fucking Kosuke.
You know that guy? Lucky him.
Hey!
Ready? Let's go!
Really, guys?
Kusumoto-san, I must say I didn't expect you to invite me here directly. What led you to change your mind? I hope this means I can expect a favorable response.
I'm thinking it's time to put an end to this.
To what, pray tell?
This self-serving black hole of collusion.
And how do you plan to do that?
By turning myself into the police. As you may have suspected, I murdered Shinya Kawai. For what he did to Mitsuru. I did it with my own hands. The same day he was abducted in Kamurocho. 5 years ago. Kitakata-sensei was my accomplice.
If you do that, you'll be branded just another killer. That would be quite a fall from grace, considering just how much you've turned the health ministry around. I'd suggest reconsidering that. We can protect your secret for you.
And in exchange, I'll have to do as I'm instructed, correct?
As with any organization, our government works within a set of constraints. Everyone has their own opinion of what they believe is best for this country. And only once common ground is established can progress truly be made. However, you've already forged quite a path of progress on your own. Reforming the health ministry, cracking down on embezzlement and dirty dealings. I promise you, both myself and many others respect such accomplishments. However, if Reiko Kusumoto were to go from vice minister to murder, in fact, as I'm everyone, if you they'll stay buried.
No better than back then. Mitsuru's classmates pushed him over the edge and didn't look back. I don't care what you say. I'm going to turn myself in. I only regret not doing it sooner. Sawa-san wouldn't have had to die.
Well, it turns out you're more naive than I thought. More so than I could have planned against.
You still won. You should consider it a victory that I have to resign from my post. When it comes down to it, I'm sure that was your end goal. But you just got too greedy. You thought putting the squeeze on me would net you 160 trillion yen in pensions? Well, that's all going up in...
So...
Whoa. The guy running the game here brought in as many heavy hitters as he could. But RK had so many ex-Yakuza, this place never had a chance. And you guys managed to take them all down. Unbelievable.
That's not really why we came, though. You sure you didn't see RK's leader, Soma, anywhere?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I see.
If that...
Speaking, although, I'm not sure Soma was there.
Then, sounds like we're done in Kamurocho. Should we go back to Ijincho tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yo. Let's roll.
Oh, hello, Yagamishi.
Hey, you alone? Where's...
He's out asking around about Koana-san. Although ever since we haven't found us, we're not even...
Is that...
Did Tesso reach out to you at all?
No. All of Ijincho's basically been at a dead stop.
I heard
since...
some...
Yes, but...
I see. Really, guys? Hello?
Yo, I heard...
Koana?
I'll send someone to bring you to me.
So you really are still...
Yeah. But we don't want RK. Make sure you're not being followed.
How?
For... You should know that one by now, Mr.
Her apartment?
Yeah.
Stay down. Really, guys?
Hey, bro.
Awfully quiet here today, man.
Yeah, they sent 2 of our guys to the hospital. Before we knew it, we were outnumbered.
Do you think they were after Koana?
Oh, no doubt about it.
He reached out to me not to... Yeah. Well,
okay.
Well,
Here we are. Our own little escape route. Koana probably used...
Your escape route is...
We keep it pretty clean, actually. You smell any shit?
Oh, you're right.
Follow it to the end and you'll get out at Fukutoku Park. Now this here's for emergency...
Hey, you got it. There's no way Arcade could pick up my tail if I come out of here looking totally different.
Good thinking. Dang, look at... Okay.
Nah, I'm fine. Besides, Koana probably still feels bad about getting your place raided.
I'm booting their asses out of Ijincho.
I'm sure he'll be happy to hear it.
Nice outfit, Yagami-san.
Akaike-kun, you really are wrapped around Kawana's finger, aren't you?
Please, just get in.
Just you today?
It's me.
Oh. This is that boat they converted into a museum, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it's Kawana.
Yo! Sorry.
Pretty sweet dig.
Hey, this place has all the escape routes I could ever need. No one around to get caught in...
Funny time to start...
Akaike! Mind giving me and Yagami...
Go ahead, Yag...
I feel awful for those damn...
It's public security who doesn't give... By the way...
He's public...
Yeah, and until...
Yeah.
Sawa-sensei's murder, Mikoshiba's murder, and in a way that public security can't sweep... I think Ahara's appeal hearing is going to be the perfect time.
When you... I won't... This you...
I'm facing the reality of bullying head-on.
Are we really struggling to take out two guys? RK's going to be a joke if this keeps up. I thought you boys were the Tojo clan's finest. Your work really shouldn't be an embarrassment.
It's about time for Plan B.
Huh? You saying you've got another trick up your sleeve?
Yeah, but it kinda sucks. So I wouldn't get your hopes up.
You're not going anywhere. Got to
Get off me!
Stop! There's nowhere to run!
Oh shit, get your phone! Hurry! This ship just exploded! We gotta get this on video!
Was it an explosion? It might have been fireworks.
Okay, bring it in. Hurry it up, fellas. We're gonna have cops. They're really starting to annoy me.
If Plan B was blowing up the ship, heads up would have been nice.
Soma's ties to public security may lead to his undoing. By seizing the puppet himself, Yagami seeks to pull down the puppet master holding the string.
Genda-sensei, they're calling last night's bombing a terrorist attack. The body they recovered was burnt beyond...
That was a Kaike-kun, right? The one Yagami mentioned?
Yes, I believe so. Nothing about Soma or RK in the article either. Could public security be tampering with the...
I wouldn't give sides.
Right,
Unfortunately, one's any Yeah?
No.
Great.
If he's actually going to the hospital, does that... That mean it's serious?
Don't worry, he's fine. He's just going to meet with someone about the case.
Who'd want to meet up at a hospital?
Reiko could...
13 years. I still can't believe it. Waking up and finding out you're suddenly 30.
Take your time.
Work again?
I won't be long. Now put down that mirror already.
Oh.
So, you sold Kuwana out to public security because Mitsuru-kun woke up. Does that about sum it up? You waited 13 years for Mitsuru-kun to wake up.
There's that. Going forward. He needs to... It'll take time. He's at a disadvantage as it is. And to brand him the child of a murderer on top of that.
Where are we?
Mitsuru.
Hey, Mom.
Mitsuru. Mitsuru.
I have to do what I can to...
I suppose so. You covered up your crimes and it was Sawa-sensei who got on top. Kuwana will be another body for the piles. Hell, maybe I'm in trouble
How was he yesterday?
Well, as soon as RK showed up, I can't really... Until now, he said no one could blame you for what you did to Shinya Kawai. Kuwana put his life on the line for you. You failed to silence him, and you let him get away. That means whatever happens next, it's his move. And whatever he does to you, none of my business. As for me, I have no evidence on Kawai's murder, so you're off my list too. I only came here today because I wanted to know why you betrayed Kuwana. That's all. I hope...
Back already, Yagami.
Oh, yeah.
Doc, you made it. We've been at...
You don't want to know how that went.
No leads, huh?
Pretty much. Soon as they spot Kuwana, they're gonna...
Kuwana gave this to me yesterday.
Isn't that Toshiro Ehara? Kuwana-san called you out there just...
Yep. He told me to give it to Ehara.
What the...
Can you take a look at it, Tsukumo? I get the feeling it's no ordinary
Certainly.
pen.
Not handing it over to...
He won't mind, will he?
Speaking of...
Sari-san's preparing for the appeal. Right. If we don't...
Then...
Gonna head to Ahara's trial and back up Sari-san.
I'd argue the... I can't help...
Seriously. But we can't just stay quiet.
Can you guys keep an eye out for Kuwana and Ijincho? I need to go over Ahara's case with Sari-san.
10-4. We'll amp up surveillance.
We're going too, Sukiura. Time to get shit.
Right on.
Wow, looks like we've got a full...
Shirosaki-sensei asked me to come by. She said they needed some business handled while you were at it.
I find it hard to believe she'd put her... Yagami-san, you're just in time. If we want to claim he's innocent of battery, then we need...
Basic.
So you're
I know it's a long shot, but...
I'd like to come help, but someone...
Excuse me? If I have to be Hoshino-kun's lackey, I'm fucking out.
I'd prefer if you
Mouth
would...
on this kid.
Ehara only seems to open up to you, Yagami-kun. So, if you talk to him again, do you think we'll find out?
I'll see what...
Sounds... What?
I still have... I'll call...
Sure thing.
I'm going to try and get in touch with Ahara's wife. Even though they're separated. Oh, and Higashi-san.
And stay down. Here we go. All right. Nice. Yep. Nice. Yep. Yeah. Nice.
Sorry for keeping you, Yagami-san.
And Kamurocho.
Isn't that just the worst? So the murder footage can't be...
Yeah, but the prosecution flat out refuses to accept you murdered Mikoshi. There's no room for error. You could flat out
Excellent. In the end, they'll lock me up for battery. And I'll get away with murder.
Yeah. We know all about what you and Kwana planned. We just don't have the evidence to prove it.
My condolences.
Which reminds me, you said you'd confess to killing Mikoshiba after you got out of prison, right? Then, as icing on the cake, you'd admit the battery charge was false and humiliate the law for letting a murderer walk free.
Exactly. The public must know that the law can't be trusted. Personally, I hope the media hops all over it.
I bet you do. So when that time comes, you'll need some decisive evidence of the murder so your confession holds water. Maybe you've got something like that in your back pocket already? Because we'd sure look good if we had some new...
That I told you.
Handing it, so yours?
What is it?
Even if the...
Maybe it's a piece of Mikoshiba's body.
Well, was...
No, nothing.
Maybe it wasn't a missing body part.
Even if it was, hair could have...
I suppose that...
You left a...
You seem to have this refined...
Not necessarily finger. If your DNA can be extracted from something on the body...
I don't really see how you're imagining.
Yeah. The murder weapon. Kanaga...
Yet it appears in the footage without a doubt as to... a knife. If it wasn't found at the murder scene...
Any normal criminal would have just ditched it. You got... If you were cleared of the battery charges and confessed to Mikoshiba's murder without evidence, you'd need that one... Well, right after killing Mikoshiba in Ijincho, you would have had to book it to Ikebukuro Station. You had accomplices with you.
And if that's the case, there would have been...
Yeah, so...
That's...
Kawana's vanished, Ahara-san. Public security found out about him.
Public security?
Kawana wanted me to tell you he won't make it to the end of your revenge plan.
So, I'm the last man standing, am I? I never...
At this point, he won't... Public burying him will be the least they...
What do you mean? What's going on?
You remember last time? If you don't recall, I said you'd grab the tiger by the tail.
And your tiger is... public security?
Right. And they're out there on the warpath. Everything has to be brought into the light. We need what you did to be exposed. Kawana can't be saved in any other way. I need your help, Ahara-san.
Then you lose. I'll never admit to killing Hiro Mikoshiba in court. The system can die. It threw Toshiro away, and I won't lift a finger to save it. Kawana-san knew how this could end. We have our convictions. When this started, we knew it could end up costing our lives.
You knew going in, huh? And that's all? Is that what you tell yourself so you can sleep at night?
Maybe it is.
Yagami-san. Do you remember my original request to look into both the Hara incidents? I asked you to look into the train event, and then I asked you to look into Hiro Mikoshiba's murder. And now, I'm afraid I have to make one more request of you. Do you still carry your defense attorney's lapel pin? Ahara-san's trial. I'd like you to take the floor with me to defend him. It's going to be eventful. I think we should go as a team.
Sure about that? You know, my legal counsel isn't cheap.
I'll let Genda-sensei know about the invoice.
You got it. Count me in. You never know when something like this will happen. Check it out. I always have it on me.
I know that.
Huh? You do?
いらっしゃいませ。
ありがとうございました。いらっしゃいませ。ありがとうございました。
何見てる？
What a waste. And stay down. Waste. Starving. No, we're pretty tasty. Thanks.
ありがとうございました。
Hello?
Doc, where you at right now?
Just got back to Yokohama, actually. You weren't spying on me, were you?
You just noticed? Everywhere you went, I know about it. And I mean everywhere.
Where are you right now?
Over at the Leomont's place. Hoshino-kun and Higashi are here too.
Oh, right. They mentioned they were going to Yokohama to see Ahara's wife or something.
Make your way over, will you? I need a full report, and I don't want to hear you were slacking.
Well, look at you taking charge. Anything else, boss?
Yeah, don't drag your feet along the way.
Looks like the gang's all here.
Everyone but the star of the show.
That is next-level ass-kissing, Hoshino-kun.
Welcome back, Yagami-san.
Grab a seat, Tak. Nice. So you're really gonna stand in...
Just to give Sari-san some support.
Ah, I see. Does that mean I don't need to be present for Ahara-san's appeal?
Huh? How would I know?
Yagami's there, I don't see why you gotta be.
I have been
Well, that's all. So where's Kawana? Any word on...
Yeah, about that.
RK's out there looking...
On the flip side, I mean...
Well, yes. Although that's...
You think Kawana-san's...
Alive? Yes. When I saw him, he was already making plans to disappear. But the real problem is what happens next. Now that he knows Reiko Kusamoto betrayed him, we don't know...
I'd never let that slide if I were in his shoes. Maybe Kawana's thinking the same thing, you know? He spent all that time underground. Maybe he's really gonna stick it to Reiko Kusamoto.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. Oshinoku, Higashi, you two met with Ahara's wife?
Yeah, but we didn't gain much from it.
Turns out Ahara and his old lady don't really keep it After her son took his life 4 years back, she refused to keep living it. Only reason she hasn't divorced him is because it's too much of a pain to process.
She's been living in that same apartment even when Toshiro-kun was still alive. She let us light some incense on his altar, but she was pretty vacant the whole time.
Did Ahara's battery charge come up at all?
She said she didn't care.
She didn't care her husband was...
According to her, no.
Really? That's hard to
there's
believe.
no easy way to put it, but it felt like she'd get...
Made for a pretty...
What's the word on RK coming down to Ijincho?
Everywhere you look, they're strutting around like they own the place. And they know our faces, too. They stare us down, but never get too close. It's fucking annoying.
Plus, they're acting like they're here to stay. They've been harassing the joints we have ties with.
Harassing how?
You know, shit like pretending to be normal customers, then dying dashing or complaining to mess with business. Then another guy will come in and...
That's it. Oh,
so...
and so...
That about wrap it up?
Seems so.
Same.
Tsukumo-san and Sugiura-san do some...
Yeah. You do.
Black belt in karate and you...
Well, I'm just more of a behind... Anyway.
What about you, Tak? Want to call it a night? Tesso said he'll let us...
I'll skin off my back.
So, what'll it be?
If I can really stay the night, I'll take...
Yagami couldn't live with me.
Get this, Doc. Tesso asked me to fly the drone. Says it's the first time he's seen this place from above.
Seriously?
What a waste. Really, guys? And stay down. Let's go!
Hey, Yagami-san. Really? He's upstairs. Kun. Yagami-san.
Something up?
Yes. It's about the pendant Kawana-san gave you. Turns out, it was just a decoy after all.
Decoy?
For what was inside. This. The cracks in the pendant were hiding an SD card, and on it was some
Video.
It's the footage of Ihara murdering Hiro.
That doesn't make sense. Why would, arcade, and all for a video that's already all—
Yes, except the video on that card is the original. In layman's terms, this is the mask with no—
What do you mean?
So this, you can't usually buy it in stores. It's called a worm, or write once, read many. If you were to take a picture with a digital camera, the images saved on this SD card, it's what forensics teams use when photographing crime scenes. Which means what we have here is unaltered.
That means it would qualify as evidence and—
Yeah, at the very... The video on here is the sole original. That's why he'd only leave it in the hands of someone he'd...
Kawana asked me to give this to Ihara.
Sure, but maybe after all, with pub hands, which I think...
And it's settled. Ihara, that's the...
And I believe...
So, hey?
Hey, sorry to...
Matsu?
I was talking to the MRC guys earlier.
Everything okay?
Well, Akane started hanging out with... So I figured I should...
Sounds like a tricky situation.
Akane's that girl you hung out with. So?
They're these thugs from Tokyo. RK, they're called. They've been flirting with her.
Okay.
They got stuff about you. Yep.
Well, rolling with RK is bad news. She needs to stop. Their leaders are ex-Yakuza, you know.
I knew it.
What's
They asked Akane which student you cared...
What?
So she...
She did what?
Yeah, Yagami...
Can you try to get in touch with her?
Actually...
What about Akane?
Oh.
Hello?
Akane, where are you right now?
The last place Mikoshiba-sensei was.
Huh?
I'm with RK. We're at the building where
Why?
Masun, are you with Yagami already?
It's Yagami. It's Koto.
She is. Yagami-san! It's me!
This Yagami?
Who is this?
Not important.
Hey!
Don't!
Come down and...
You got...
What's happening?
Matsu, you stay here. Tsukumo!
I'll contact...
Perfect.
Let's go, Yagami-san. Hurry up, or I'm...
Yeah, let's go.
What's up?
Yagami-shi, Koda-san and Akane...
Where's Kaito-san and Higashi?
I contacted them.
Good.
They're on their...
Hey! He's here! It's Yagami!
Talk. This where those RK guys are holed up? He's Soma with them?
Nobody's had eyes on him yet. Just a sec. Tsukumo?
I've confirmed the enemy position, Yagami-shi. They have our 2 young hostages surrounded, so a head-on assault would be too dangerous. Naturally, I've already come up with some countermeasures we can run. Would you care to hear my plan?
You always come through, man. Okay then. Walk us through it.
Wow. Look who decided to show up. Too scared to come with all your little bodyguard buddies?
Not like you've got room to talk. How many shitheads does it take to watch? These girls.
I never thought it would end up like this. You believe me, don't you?
Yeah. But we'll have to save the lecture for after all this is over. You'll be free soon. That goes for you too, Koda-san.
You so sure about that?
You kidnapped them to get to me? Well, here I am, so let's go.
We did lure you here, so we can beat your sorry ass to death.
Okay, then. So what was your plan? Throw all these guys at us as soon as we kick down the door?
We're smarter than that, you know.
Yeah. We knew you'd have some backup!
Here comes! Let's take out the trash! Yagami! Hands where I can see them! And same for you two!
Hey, calm down. I've got one more thing. I'm not a big fan of guns.
Huh?
Shit! Up there!
Yokohama 99! The wicked shall be smited and retribution shall be swift!
You're dead! Come on. Did you really think one gun was enough to take out a crew like us? If you did, you were wrong.
You two sit tight a little longer. But just to warn you, I'm gonna go harder on these guys. You wanna see some asses kicked? Don't blink, okay?
Let's get going. I want him down before the smoke clears.
Yeah.
Come on!
Step away from the window! We are ready to go! I shall assist you! I shall assist you!
saved us.
No. I'm the one who got you into this. It's not your fault. Besides, I'm not the one you should be apologizing to.
Coda, it's all right. Well...
Soma?
What?
Connie, get back!
Huh?
Here all by yourself?
Oh, I'm just here to talk. To be honest,
How so?
Well, he's got Kawai's body. Reiko Kusamoto's victim. Been on ice for what?
Yeah.
Problem is, he's planning to if that happens, Kusamoto-san will be ruined. No doubt, her fingerprints and other tricks.
Yeah, but that's for the better.
Reiko Kusamoto is a capable woman who can swim with the tide. It would be unfortunate to lose her over some low... She's on our side now, and she's accepted it.
So it's your duty to protect people like that?
I protect order, not people.
Necessary.
That's right. If I hadn't gone undercover, the Tojo clan's ex-Yakuza would be spread all over by... If that happened, we never would have been able to track their current activity. That's why I created the RK network. To keep Kamurocho's underground under much safer and less messy than wiping them out indiscriminately. But in the shadow of order, there's always...
Right.
But if there's one difference between the two of us, it's that I find my work enjoyable. It gives me purpose. When I dirty my hands,
Hello? Oversleep? Ah. Held on violation of Shinjuku Station's anti-nuisance, he was previously convicted and sentenced to 6 months. However,
the prosecution points to 2 pieces of evidence to prove the defendant. One is the security, the other is fiber traces from the victim. The defense maintains this was not. We have prepared counter-arguments.
How does the prosecution...
We maintain the original sentence was perfectly...
Then first, let's examine the security footage from Ikebukuro and Shinjuku Station submitted at the first trial. This is footage of Ikebukuro Station on October 7th at 7:43 a.m. The individual wearing sunglasses. This person remains in the area for over an hour, watching as countless trains make their stops. At 9:06 a.m., he locates the victim of this case. Then he boards the train and pursues her. This footage of the station platform is from when the suspect and victim board the train car.
We already saw this during the first trial. Let's not be redundant.
Of course not. The victim claimed the defendant moved in a suspicious manner once the train left Ikebukuro Station, ultimately placing his hand under her skirt. After they arrived at Shinjuku Station 6 minutes later, the victim gathered her courage and grabbed his hand. However, there's a possibility the offender seen here is not the defendant himself, but a different person entirely, a stand-in. The goal was to disguise this event as an alibi for the murder which occurred in Yokohama that same morning. In other words, the original...
This is merely speculation.
Precisely the issue.
Yes. There is indeed, however, the notion...
Would you care to elaborate?
The assailant fled the train and was caught shortly after on the Shinjuku station platform. Many nearby passengers filmed the scene, which then circulated. The impact may have been great. There's no mistake that the man upon arrival, station police arrested him. And with that said, there's a very real possibility the offender who ran off the train was an entirely different. We have the evidence to prove it. What do you think of this?
No.
Oh, really?
Wait, what? Why would something else should confirm the existence?
Oh.
Now let's...
Okay, the offender who... And this is... If you'll kindly look at this.
What is this? Displayed on the large...
That's correct, Your Honor. First, the victim and the offender ran onto the platform as soon as the train doors opened. The train car they boarded is here on this map. We've marked the offender's route with an arrow. The lighter areas on the overhead view are within the security camera's line of sight. More people pass through Shinjuku than anywhere on Earth in a single day. It's packed with security cameras. However, this arrow with the dotted line reveals the existence of a small blind spot. That's where the defendant and stand-in swapped places.
I see. So you claim this was their opportunity?
Yes. As such, I'd like to question the defendant once more over this evidence. Defendant, when you were issued the verdict in your first trial, you said the following to the judge. In a warehouse about 3 days ago, a body turned up in Yokohama. If that wasn't enough, you correctly identified the body as Hiro Mikoshiba, despite the fact the police had yet to do so. How did you manage to pull off such a feat?
It came to me in a dream. Strange, I know.
Mikoshiba-san was your son Toshiro-kun's classmate, was he not?
That's right.
Toshiro Ihara was found dead in his apartment 4 years ago. He took his own life. Afterward, the defendant sued the school over Toshiro-kun's suicide.
Yes?
Ihara-san, can you tell us why you sued the school?
There were rumors my son had been bullied. Unfortunately, the court wasn't able to substantiate that claim.
And these rumors were discovered on the internet?
They were.
Of the bullies mentioned, Mikoshiba-san's name was among them. Were you aware of this?
I was.
Would you say you harbored murderous...
Objection! Also, the Kanagawa police... The courtroom is no place...
How does the defense...
The timing of the battery incident makes this case an alibi for Mikoshiba. We believe there's a very...
Please keep it brief.
Just as soon as the defendant answers the question. Did you harbor
Of course I did.
In other words, Your Honor, on the day Toshiro-kun's bully, Mikoshiba-san, was killed, it became his alibi for a 6-month sentence. That's all the motivation the defendant needed to fabricate this elaborate scheme. His stand-in groped his accomplice, and then they swapped places before...
Then the defense should present some...
Wrong. That's not how this works, is it? If we go through all the evidence and it's on the prosecution to refute that.
Fine. The defense's argument about the security camera's blind spot is flimsy at best. While the defendant was running, his female victim was chasing after him. Surely the victim would have seen if he had switched places with a stand-in. Yet the victim...
The victim, Yui Mamiya?
Objection! This is an
We have good reason to doubt them. In fact, that's all but
A 50-something man separated from his wife.
the way you phrase that.
Beg pardon?
That would imply...
Now you're just...
Defense.
Yes, we do. In actuality, she wasn't the only conspirator who helped stage the groping. The bystander who captured the defendant, the witness who recorded the... Both men, in conjunction with the victim, were classmates from the same high school. Which means, strange as it's
Our investigation discovered they all graduated. Additionally, Yoko Sawa, the teacher who was killed 4 years ago, she was the teacher of... We believe this indicates...
Of course, that's as... We've simply presented the... And as long as such a
Your Honor, may I haven't committed murder. Everything else is a...
Defendant, why did...
You can ask my lawyers that.
How does the defense...
It's just as the defendant says. To refresh his memory. I'd like
Now
him to...
what?
But please, don't display this on the large...
Excuse me, wasn't that...
As I said...
Please proceed.
That's just internet footage with no...
No. This footage is from the SD card in the camera used to record. This is a write once, read many card, also known as a worm. The police use it to photograph evidence. Anything recorded on it after serving your time, you intended to release this to the public. But Kawana can't wait for that to happen. And that's why he left it in mine.
Don't kill me. Please. I swear I'll try to make it up to him somehow. Ah! Stop it! Stop!
Defendant, in that footage, is the person in the white...
You could say it looks like...
The person you killed is here, according to the autopsy report. Therefore, it can only be that the person who passed through the ticket... As the defense, we cannot allow... May we continue questioning the...
How does the prosecution...
Even if the footage has an irrefutable source, that alone does not... I'd just like to state that...
So the prosecution is denying the murder?
Good question.
The defense repeatedly mentions us. Who even are they? The person on the station security footage was wearing sunglasses, but he looked just like the defendant.
We believe he used a mask made from a 3D printer. If you look closely, the alleged defendant at Ikebukuro Station and on the train does not move his mouth at all. We learned this...
Then we should...
No need...
I don't know anything about it.
He said he doesn't... The murder footage...
Your Honor.
Denied. Both...
But...
I will...
Ihara-san...
Nope.
On a...
You're...
But with... Am I... No. Do you recognize...
That's Hiro Mikoshiba. I obviously know what he looks like. What of it?
Right, right.
What are you doing?
I don't know a Kawana.
No, Kawana's... Take a listen to this.
What is it?
It wasn't just some even while battle. That's when Kawana...
Toshiro-kun came, and a few will never forget.
That's the voice of...
He told me about how nobody, and yet, believe me, they said there was no hope.
After hearing this, defendant came to believe Mikoshiba-san's unchecked... And ultimately, isn't that... I see. This recording only came into my hands by means of Kawana. Except...
What?
And the one who... Meaning... Or is my understanding...
That's exactly why I'm negotiating to prevent that. Kusumoto-san.
Yes.
I'll be upfront with you. I never imagined the day would come that you would be the one to betray me. But if I had to guess, Mitsuru-kun must have woke up. If that's the case, then Kawai's murder, your whole past, you're not the only one it stands to ruin. If all that comes into the light, Mitsuru-kun will be labeled the son of a murderer.
Tsukumo?
I see you've arrived in Ijincho safe and sound.
What's happening? Is RK on the move?
Oh yes. A picture began circulating on the internet not long ago. It was likely Kawana-san who put it out there. I just sent it over to you.
Hang on. Is this Shinya Kawai? That's his body.
Indeed it is. I data mined the image and found out it was taken just minutes ago. I also have the location. It's a warehouse company on Yokohama's coast, and Kawana's uncle came up as the proprietor.
You mean Siren's owner? Send me the warehouse's address.
Actually, Sugirashi is driving there with Kaito-san and Higashi-san right now. If you want to ride, take Ichizaki Road and head to Tsurukame Highway.
Can't count how many times you've come through from the Tsukumo.
Just trying to return the many favors, Yagamishi.